Alright. I know. I said I would hold off a bit after getting to Heaven's Ward and then focus on other things. But I was just having so much fun with this. I will definitely stop for a time because I will eventually unlock a whole bunch of a whole bunch of new jobs, I mean, excuse me. And I'll have to, well, have to grind them. So, yeah, it's gonna take a hell of a long time. What's that guy again? Also, I need to do a thumbnail here. But I want to do it when it's a clear sky, not when it's snowy. Unless, hang on. Because my desire is to get a good view of Ishgard. And I don't really want it to be like this. I don't know if I want it on like a clear day or a clear night, so maybe I'll take one of each. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Now, just to double check the recording. Yes, it's going. Oh, hang on. Okay. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Yes, please.
The dawn's light will shine again. So long as we have these specious accusations hanging over us, we will struggle to achieve anything. You must go to Ishgard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Uldar and set things right.
Pray, do not be so hasty, Master Alphino.
Lord Orchefon.
Full well do I understand your desire to clear your names. But now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely. There is no need to act alone.
Yes. Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
I bring tidings. Count Edmont has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortan. Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper. Pray, consider our manor your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed. Needless to say, should any of your missing allies be found, as I am certain they shall, they will of course be welcome to join you there.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
The Count is a good man and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
To Ishgard, then. Together. There we shall carry on the Scion's legacy. There we shall begin anew.
Hear, hear!
Ah, the new quest accepted tone. They say the winds can be rather fierce on the steps of faith. Be sure to wrap up before we go. Not at all the circumstances under which I had hoped to visit Ishgard for the first time, but so be it. I must go on ahead and speak with the Count. Fear not, however, for everything has been arranged. The sentries at the gates of judgment have been informed of our decision. You need but state your names, and they will allow you to pass. My manservant shall be waiting for you at the city gates, ready to escort you to our manor, where we shall meet again. Until then. Gotta readjust myself here. Oh, somebody just completed a Realm Reborn. Oh, congrats on their achievement. Somebody working on some blue magic, it looks like. Greetings and welcome, my friend. I am pleased to hear that you have been granted entry to the Holy See. I know no adventurer more worthy of the privilege. Now then, is there something you require? No. Wards of House Fortholm. Ah, yes. You may pass. I'm always worried I'm mispronouncing that.
And so they came, at a friend's behest. Heroes once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood. With memories of the lost and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts, they came. To Ishgard, shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus. A great and proud nation, devoted to Halone, the Fury, ruled by Nordin VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses. A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace. Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and his companions passed, entering at last a city whose history was written in blood. In the midst of the Dragonsong War they came, 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion great change. Though none knew then how great.
They're throwing snowballs at me. Can I? I can. I think I only recognize... Yeah, this kid right here. Where's the other kid? Yeah, there's a girl that was in the cutscene. I can't feel the pain in my arm anymore. Can't feel much anything. That's good, right? No, that is really bad. Thought to take a stroll through the broom and remind yourself how good you've got it? I swear, you people. You'll see me a knight before you see me swing a... What? Before you see me swing a sledge. So I'm lagging a bit here. What's going on? Eesh. Am I about to get booted here? What's going on here? I'm just a poor soldier from a poor family. What business does an adventurer have with me? Outlanders are often surprised to learn of our ministrations to the poor. They find it to be at odds with the more militant activities of the faith. To them, I would say, judge not the teachings of Helone by the actions of those who would claim to know her will. Just leave me, sister. Oh my god! That carbuncle was freaking out. Gods, I feel like a child in a giant castle. From afar, the spires did not seem so tall. Greetings, Master Nordin. On behalf of House Fortholm, I bid you welcome to Ishgard. My lord humbly requests your presence at his residence in the Pillars. If you all would come with me. Use that pickaxe over here, Midlander. It's slow going, as you might expect. We didn't think to prepare for the worst, so here we are, picking up the pieces. Yeah, probably from when the city got attacked. Godlemad. An adventurer, eh? Well, call yourself whatever you please. When the dragons are finished with you, we'll call you something else. Lost? Saint Vailroyant's Forum is just up these steps. So named for the former Azure Dragoon, in case you were unaware. Ah, there's the what's that? Oh, it's the one of the hunt quests right there. I just wanted to go home to Falcon's Nest, but I now fear what I'll return to. Only come up here and grab that. Just a little more, that's all we're asking for. The children won't survive without enough food and blankets. Oh no! Don't look down! Poor guy. All right. Why do I even bother? It will only be demolished again in the next raid. Ah, the sun's finally out. Which is a bit of a slight problem, because I'm in the middle of a mission here. I guess we'll worry about it later on. Let's talk to the weather girl over here. Let's see what we have. More first guys. Oh wait, no, that's for Limza Limenza. Oof. These steps will take you to the pillars, where you will find the manors of the high houses, Saint Raymondaud's Cathedral, the Athenaeum, Astrologicum, the Tribunal, and much more. I can hardly believe it. Hosford Holmes granting patronage to a common sellsword. Well, should I chance to meet this ragamuffin, I will say to him, good day. Well, I hope you get the chance to meet them. Where's your cassock? You know how they... Wait, you aren't a seminarian? Feels as if we've waited here an eternity. I would avoid the scholasticate if I were you. If you're expecting a community of bright-eyed students eager to follow the righteous path of Helone, you'll be sorely disappointed. In truth, it's more like a pit of vipers. It's almost embarrassing to admit I'm a seminarian of the scholasticate. But I at least have the sense not to study in such a foul place. Okay. Up above, you'll find Saint Raymondaud's Cathedral and the Holy Vault. Pray observe proper decorum, should you wish to proceed. What's the proper decorum? May Helone bless you as she has blessed me this evening, sir. Oh, if only you could have seen the wondrous temptations she saw fit to place before me in the jeweled crozier. What? Helone gave you some temptations or something? Okay. Did I just hallucinate that? I swear somebody ran down the stairs there. Oh, pray pay me no mind, sir. I am merely taking my evening constitutional. I am certainly not hoping to catch the eye of Lord Artorial. Oh no. Heavens forfend. If a married woman of my station were to become involved with the young lord, why, think of the scandal. Excuse me, sir, but I am under strict orders not to permit anyone entry to Halenart Manor. I'll have to ask you to leave. But I saved one of your house members' lives. Alright, got everything attuned to. Is it just me, or is the air up here different? You can almost smell the wealth and power. Gods, it's making me feel faint. To look upon the splendor of these heights, one would little suspect the ruin wrought by the wyverns below. The warrior of light and his brave companions walking the streets of Ishgard at last. What a glorious sight! I cannot tell you how long I have waited for this day. Allow me to present to you my family home, Fortom's Manor. I should like nothing more than to show you around, but everyone is gathered to receive you. Come, my friends, introductions must be made.
My lord, I have returned with the Scions.
I hope your journey was not too taxing. I, Count Edmond de Fortomp, do bid you welcome. As wards of House Fortomp, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Fortomp.
The honor is mine, Master Alphino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishgard.
Forgive me, my lord, but are you not concerned? To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders. Yet it is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies, don't you think? Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses. But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
Then there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city? You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
Greetings, Master Nordin. How may I be of assistance? What do you do here? Me? Why, I am but a humble steward sworn to House Fortune. I doubt you wish to hear the minute. That's a word I've never seen before. Of my duties. Simply put, at the behest of my lord the Count, I manage household affairs. I really need to start making a list of all the words I come across I'm not familiar with. I have served at his pleasure for more than 50 years, and by the Fury's grace, I shall serve for 50 more. Tell me about House Fortomes. The origins of House Fortome can be traced back to King Nordin and his Knights 12. Ours was one of the 4 founding houses of Ishgard. Accordingly, our interests extend far beyond the walls of the city proper. Camp Dragonhead, for instance, is our responsibility. As for the family, you have of course met my Lord Count Edmond de Fortome, who is the head of our house. His 2 sons, my lords Arturel and Emanelin, are next in line. May the Fury watch over and keep them from harm. As for those sworn to House Fortome, in addition to the knights, squires, and infantry, more than 100 craftsmen, retainers, and other servants possessed of notable skill are pledged to our service. Given our strong position, one might expect us to have no truck with foreign merchants and sellswords. However, nothing could be further from the truth. I should think that my lord, the Count, was quite clear on this point, but it was our hope that you and your allies would, by your deeds, help us to convince the other high houses of the wisdom in opening the gates of judgment to all, among other things. More than anything else, though, I suspect he saw in you potential. Tell me about Ishgard. More than 1,000 years ago, Helone appeared before King Nordin I, and bade him lead his people to the Promised Land, to the lands we now call home. And so the king and his knights, 12, did as was commanded. They came to Korthus to found a great kingdom in the Fury's name. But the great worm Nidhogg would not have it so. With hatred in his heart, Nidhogg sought out King Nordin. In the ensuing battle, the king and half his knights were slain. But his son, Aldrich, rallied the others and drove back the fell beast. Thus did the war between our peoples begin, the war between dragon and man. For 1,000 years, Ishgard has stood against the Horde, and not once were our defenses breached, until the day Lady Iceheart's allies shattered our wards on the steps of faith. Though the wyverns were slain before they could breach our defenses here, those in Foundation were not so fortunate. Unarmed men, women, and even children were made to feel the Dravanians' wrath. Foundation, that's the place where we can buy housing plots at. So that's what was attacked? Interesting. Walls can be rebuilt, but lives lost can never be reclaimed. My lord the Count knows this all too well. It is an honor to have you with us, Master Nordin. They'll be whispering about you soon, if they aren't already, the mysterious guests of House Fortome, or some such. Greetings, Scion, and welcome. We are honored by your presence. As I said before, my home is your home. After all you have done on our behalf, it is the least I can offer. So what do you think? Be honest. It's great, isn't it? So this is what the inside of the manor of a high house looks like. To think that Lord Harshaphon was raised here. I'll just grab one of these. So I'm gonna, when we get to the store area, I'll buy some better gear. Well, even though I probably won't have the money for it. This sells for 150 gil, but who knows what it's like in the store itself. Though our friends in House Fortholm have been generous enough to extend us their protection, we must take care not to impose too much on their hospitality. It is only proper that we learn about our new home, so that we might become more self-sufficient. It'll take a while to learn the lay of the land, but learn it we must. Then there's the markets and taverns. We'll need to know where to shop and where to hear small talk. It would seem a tour of the city is indeed in order. I thank you for your counsel, my lord. My companions and I shall, of course, do as you suggest. Very good. And my manservant shall accompany you. He will be able to answer any questions you might have. Ah, but I grow forgetful in my dotage. There is something I must give you ere we part. Their documentation is in order, I trust? Yes, my lord. These documents identify you as wards of House Fortholm. Given that our borders have remained closed for decades, many of my countrymen are unaccustomed to treating with foreigners. Should anyone happen to question your presence here, it may prove necessary to remind them that you remain under the protection of House Fortholm. But let us hope it shall not come to that. Rest assured that we shall do our utmost to avoid any situation which might compel us to invoke your name. Byrnjolf, Tartaru, the city awaits. Let's go! I confess, it had long been a dream of mine to visit Ishgard. To my childish self, her towers, bridges, and cobbled streets seemed akin to something from a fairy tale, and I have never quite outgrown the fantasy. I'm glad I have a map. Same here. As this is your first time in our fair city, pray permit me to show you to the Hoplan, from whence we may gaze upon the splendor of the Holy Vault. Though all other sights pale in comparison, it is only meet that you see it first. I shall then show you around the jeweled crozier, where you may purchase all manner of goods and services, before descending to Foundation's Aetheryte Plaza. If there are no questions, They're awfully fond of statues, aren't they? Hey, what if I look up... What if I took up sculpting? I bet you could make a fortune in a place like this. And we need every gil we can get. The Holy Vault, where Archbishop Nordin VII rules from on high. The Hoplin, so named for the bronze great shield borne by our nation's patron deity, is the largest plaza in Ishgard. The magnificent cathedral to the north is, of course, the Holy Vault. The vault is both Ishgard's seat of government and the residence of the Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. Begging your pardon, the statues to the south, are they perchance Nordin's famed Knights 12? Very good, Master Alphino. They are the fathers of Ishgard, the brave knights who joined with King Nordin I to put down Nidhogg, and found this great nation. Ours is a city rich in history and tradition, and there is much you can learn by exploring the pillars. Time permitting, of course. Now then, if you would follow me to the Jeweled Corsair, I shall introduce you to Mistress Elise, our master of the markets. Not a single scorched stone in sight. To watch these merchants going about their business, one would think the dragons had never attacked. If you want to buy something, let me do the talking. I could haggle for Ulda. I present to you Mistress Elise. Mayhap you would like to say a few words. Sure. I think your tea kettle's ready.
Well, you're clearly not locals or traveling peddlers, which makes you all... Ah, wards of House Fortome. How very interesting.
Count Edmond has granted us leave to remain in Ishgard for as long as we wish, which may be some time. Accordingly, we will have need of sundry goods, hence our desire to make your acquaintance. That is, of course, assuming you are content to accept the custom of foreigners. Should you be uncomfortable?
Young sir, we do not discriminate. It matters of money. If you have coin to spend, who are we to refuse it? Weapons, armor, accoutrements, medicine, materials, whatever you desire, it can be found in the Crozier. Our merchants will be more than happy to accommodate you, as you shall soon see.
Our next destination is the Aetheryte Plaza and Foundation, if everyone is ready. Once I was head steward to Ishgard's finest house. Now I work as a shopkeep's assistant. Such is life, I suppose. And at least I still have strength to toil. For comfort, though, that is. Speak to the independent jeweler in a moment. Armorer. Battlecraft gear? Okay. Ah, boy, the prices here. Goodbye, money. Do you ever get a funny tingling feeling when you attune to an aetherite? Or is it just me? No? So it is just me. Oh, I have already attuned myself to the aetherite. I trust you have as well. Speaking of which, I need a... Set home point. Boom. And here we have Foundation's Aetherite Plaza. If you have yet to attune to the Aetherite, it would be wise to do so now. Sonic Thrust. Dressed like a jester, it looks like. As for our next destination, mayhap we should decide together. What else can be found nearby? The Sky Steel Manufactory stands to the west. There are engineers conceive and manufacture weapons for use against the dragons. The holy stables where chocobos are trained for war also lie in that direction. To the north and east can be found the congregation of our knights most heavenly, while the south and east, well, it would be best if you avoided that area. And why is that? I fear our knights may not be able to ensure your safety in the lowest levels, Master Alphino. Hold your nose when ye pass the broom, little lord. A delicate flower like you is like to wilt in our fumes. You misjudge me, sir, for I am no lord but a humble traveler. Oh, come to see the sights, have ye? Take a turn down the Hoplin and gawp at the statues? Well, if you've a mind to learn how the better half laugh, come and have a drink at the Forgotten Night, if your nursemaid'll let ye. Oh, if you want to know how the better half live. Okay. My humblest apologies, Master Alphino. Pray pay that drunken lout no mind. Oh, but I must. It would not do to refuse such a heartfelt invitation. Yes, I simply must see this Forgotten Night for myself. I trust ye see the wisdom in this, Byrnjolf. There are few sources of information more abundant than a bustling local hostelry. Not that I expect to hear any news of our missing comrades just yet. Nevertheless, who can say what we might learn of recent events? Then I'm coming too. I want to see if Sir Emmerich was here or not. Find another table. This one is taken. Mayhap one drink would be... Oh, God. No, I mustn't. Dude, you're 16. You're not old enough to drink yet. Yes, I've got a good feeling about this place. Once more, I must urge you to reconsider There were several gentlemen who appeared less than pleased by our presence. Excuse me. Must say, this is rather unusual. Not just one, but a whole party of fresh new faces in my tavern. We but recently arrived in Ishgard and are eager to acquaint ourselves with her more notable establishments. Master Gibberlant. Just Gibberlant will do. And I'm flattered you think so highly of my establishment. Can't promise it'll live up to your expectations. But if it's decent food and drink you're after, you could do much worse. Judging by the number of customers I see, I suspect your fare is rather more than decent. Speaking of your clientele, I cannot help but note a difference between those who frequent the upper and lower levels and lower floors. Spotted that, did you? Aye, up here you'll find peddlers, porters, off-duty knights, and so forth, dropping in on their way to or from somewhere else. Regulars, maybe, but not locals. Folks from the Broom, they tend to congregate downstairs, where we offer a menu more suited to their tastes. Cheaper meals, stronger spirits, all quality, mind, but not the sort of stuff I'd recommend to yourselves. You speak of the lowest levels, yes? Why do they call them the Broom, if I may ask? 'Cause when the weather's foul and the broom rolls in thick, it's the poor sods living at the bottom who have to deal with it. I see. And it's not just the weather. When the wyverns broke through the wards and started tearing up the city, it was the Broom that got the worst of it, while the pillars enjoyed the protection of the high houses and the temple knights. More'n a few people are still sore about that, mind, which is why, considering your present company, I'd recommend you keep your wits about you if you mean to go below. And something sharp in your boot, just to be sure. I shall take your words to heart, sir. Master Alphino, I think it would be best if we returned to Fortompt Manor. You go on ahead without me. I am staying for a drink or two. Mr. Toru, I am afraid that is out of the question. My lord, the Count would never forgive me if I abandoned one of his charges in such a place, least of all a maiden. What are you up to, Totaru? Look around, Alphino. This tavern is full of people whose business regularly takes them beyond the gates of judgment. With friends like that, I could particularly live here and wait for the newest gossip to come to me. Indeed, but will you be safe here on your own? Oh, please. Do you know how often I looked after the Waking Sands and the Rising Stones by myself? If I had a gill for every unwelcome caller I'd driven away, I'd be rich beyond my wildest dreams. I'll be fine. Not that I doubt the lady's knack for fending off unwanted advances, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let anyone lay an unwelcome hand on a patron in my establishment. That settles it then, Totaru. Byrnjolf and I shall return to the manor for now. Contact me by link pearl if you require assistance. I will. Always a pleasure to greet a new customer. Something I can do for you, friend? Don't you worry, Byrnjolf. If there's any news of our friends, I'll find it. You're a fisherman. It's been so long since I've been back in Ishgard. Still, there's no rest for the wicked. It's high time I planned my next fishing trip. They're all dead, and it was me who killed them. Can I help you, sir? Bowl of beets? Small beer, perhaps? Ah, him? Lost his little girl to the pox. Best leave him be. Aw. Hello there. Pray do not concern yourself with me, sir. Is that? Sniff, sniff? Aye, it is the smell of mead, newly come and already sampling the delights of our taverns. Oh yes, I like you. I like you a lot. Oh dear. How do you find our city? Beautiful, is it not? Tell us then, Master Alphino. Does Ishgard meet with your expectations? That which I imagined pales in comparison to the reality. I felt the weight of 1,000 years of history with every step I took. And when those steps took me past the scars left by the wyverns in Foundation, I understood how easily that history could end in tragedy. The attack was devastating, the casualties unspeakable. The wyverns did not discriminate. Unarmed men and women, even children, were given no quarter. Sir Emeric has ordered his knights to strengthen our defenses, and each house has been called upon to lend what support it can. There is much to be done, yet alas, able-bodied men and women are in short supply. Mayhap we could be of assistance, my lord. After all you have done for us, we would welcome any opportunity to repay your kindness. That is a most generous offer, Master Alphino. You are guests in my house. You are guests in my home, to whom I have extended my hospitality without obligation. Let or lean. Nevertheless, Ishgard's need is great, and if you are willing to aid our cause, I cannot well refuse. Good. What would you ask of us? From what I have heard, you are an intelligent and persuasive young man. Such qualities may prove most useful to us in our efforts to secure provisions from foreign sources, identifying trustworthy suppliers, brokering contracts, and so on. As for you, Master Nordin, I could ask for no one better than a storied veteran such as yourself, a man with the capacity to act swiftly and decisively when needed, to aid Ortorel and Emanelaine in their duties. I beg your pardon? I'm more than capable of carrying out my duty by myself. I have no need of our honored guest's assistance. Now, be reasonable, brother. What manner of fool would say no when a famous hero offered to do his work? Hold your tongues! By the Fury, the two of you will conduct yourselves with dignity befitting your station, and show Master Nordin the respect he deserves. This is the man who slew Gaius van Belsar and some half-dozen primals besides. He is not here to steal your glory or serve as your errand boy. If you can pardon them their impropriety, Master Nordin, I should be much obliged if you would lend my sons a helping hand. My thanks. Fury willing, they may even learn something from you. Please look after Lord Emanelaine, Master Nordin. I look forward to working with you, Byrnjolf. It's going to be grand. Forgive me, Master Nordin. I was unprepared for my father's decision. It would seem we shall not want for employment over the coming days, though that was never in doubt. Our host's initial reluctance to accept our offer of aid was solely for appearance's sake. In truth, he is glad of this opportunity to put us to work. By granting us patronage, House Fortome has taken a tremendous risk. Until we demonstrate our worth to Ishgard at large, the Count will face considerable opposition from his peers in matters great and small. And so he would have us publicly serve Ishgard, whilst simultaneously keeping his sons in check. This is an arrangement we may benefit from in unexpected ways. My own duties may feasibly bring me into contact with people who know something of our missing comrades. And as you go about helping our two lords with their various responsibilities, you will inevitably make new acquaintances in Ishgard, mayhap even new allies. Yes, the more I think on it, the more confident I am that by furthering their goals, we shall further our own. I keep getting tongue-tied. All right. Oh, dear. I forgot all about the side quests. Well, well, well. What have we here? You look like you've seen a scrap or two. The name's Etienne, and I'm a proud member of Clan Centurio, the toughest band of warriors this side of the steppes. You'll have heard of the hunt, right? The grand companies run it in the rest of Eorzea, but up here it's the clan's concern. We follow the same system, but we're free to pick our own marks. Reckon you've got the speed and strength, and the heart to take down some of the most ferocious fiends this side of the seventh hell? If you think you're up to the challenge, head downstairs and have a word with Ardolane. He'll fill you in on the details. Good morrow to you, young master. How can I be of service? Oh, so you fancy trying your hand at the hunt, do you? Well, if Etienne reckons you're up to it, it isn't for an old man like me to say elsewise. Me and him are members of Clan Centurio, a ragtag band of glory hunters, mercenaries, and has-beens brought together by Sir Lordeste. Sure. One of Ishgard's most noble of nobles. Whenever a monster grows too big for its boots, we're the ones who risk our necks to take it down. It doesn't matter who you are, or where you come from, as long as you can wield a weapon, and you don't fear death. You'll always be welcome in the clan. You'll always be welcome in the clan, and immediately I was thinking of the KKK. Oh dear. I want to be welcome in that clan. No, thank you. Take me, for instance. I was born 1,000 moms from here. But now I'm the one showing the new recruits the ropes. So how about it, young master? Will you be joining us in the hunt? If the fame and the glory is not enough for you, perhaps the rich rewards on offer might change your mind. Then welcome to the clan. What was your name again? Byrnjolf, is it? All right, then. I'll put your name in the book. Now I suppose you'll be wanting to take a look at some of our marks. Head up the stairs and out the door. The clan hunt board is on the wall outside. Round to the left. You'd better stick to the level 1 marks for the nonce. No point running before you can walk. Hey, Totoro. You know, I think waiting tables rather suits me. I get to meet all sorts of interesting people, and to top it all off, they pay me to do it. Now, don't go getting the wrong idea. This is purely for our benefit. I'm learning all about Ishgard, and all proceeds are going right into the Scion's coffers. I could use a dead room, please. I have a few things I need to do here. So, wrong thing. So I have a new weapon right there. Can I cast a glamour? Can I dispel it? This is going to take me a moment. There we go. I'll admit this armor does look pretty nice. But it is not what I want to be wearing right now. Let's see here. Oh, hang on. I wasn't even done yet. Come on, zoom in. Not to my crotch. So that means I can dye my armor now, right? Huh. Nope, never mind. I guess I can't. I figured I might be able to, but... There we go. So you're Byrnjolf, are you? I can see why that old rogue, Etienne, signed you up. You've got the fire of a born hunter burning in your eyes. I'll wager those level 1 marks don't offer much of a challenge to a burly boy like you. You'll be wanting to spice things up a little, am I right? And what are you waiting for? Head down to Nordin and tell him you're ready for more. Okay. I'll head on down then. Oh, so Eustacia reckons you're ready to move on to bigger and better things, does she? If that girl had her way, we'd be throwing babes in the river to sort out the swimmers from the sinkers. Still, she might be onto something this time. Alright, I'll give you a chance, but level 2 marks ain't nothing to be sniffed at. Understood? Understand? Let your guard down even for an instant, and they'll hand your posterior to you on a platter. Take a look at the clan hunt board and you'll see what kind of beasts I'm talking about. You're still only offering me 1,000 gil, you know. I just want to sell some stuff here. Why am I not allowed to sell that? Ah, that's to level up my chocobo. Once I get it to level 10, that is. What's this? Looking for a bit of work, are we? You don't look to be one strapped for coin, but I never turn away anyone looking to make an honest gill. Would you mind taking a sack of chocobo fodder down to the holy stables and foundation? The stable master Sevilla is expecting a delivery. She paid me up front, but fear not, that was merely for the fodder. There's still a delivery charge, and you're welcome to it if you take the fodder down there for me. Carrying around chocobo poop again. Why is the chocobo poop green? Why do they look like a sack of peas? Excuse me, adventurer. I would ask a favor of you on behalf of House Fortom. My lord is hosting a banquet and requests attendance from the other high houses. Take these invitations and see they are delivered at once. Of course, you will likely not be granted an audience with the lords and ladies of the high houses. Leaving these with the guards will do, but they must be delivered. Do not let the guards intimidate you. If they will not permit you entry, leave the invitations with them. What business have you with House Halernart? A sealed envelope containing an official invitation to a banquet hosted by House Fortom. A mixture of chopped fresh greens and hay for delivery to the holy stables. Oh, it's fodder, not dung. Excuse me. An invitation to dine with House Fortom. My lord would be honored to attend, but I'm afraid he's quite busy at present. What with the breach of Ishgard's defenses and rising heretic activity. Can't rightly say he's too busy though. That's for him to decide. You have me word this invitation will be delivered. You've the look of someone in need of a task. Well, it just so happens I am looking for a helping hand. One of our delivery airships is under repairs, and we're in the midst of preparing a test flight. Ensuring a safe flight path is of the utmost importance, and I need someone to take this flight plan to Genacunard at the Athenaeum Astrologicum. I would be ever grateful if you could take it to him. Ugh. This is the residence of House Zemail. If you have no business here, I must ask you to leave. A banquet hosted by House Fortome. I see. Oh, it's nothing. It's just my lord has been tied up with the restoration of Falcon's Nest. I imagine making time to attend will be difficult. Nevertheless, I will see to it he receives the invitation. Greetings and welcome to the Athenaeum Astrologicum. But I ask, what drew you here to this place of learning? Ah, a missive from Miss Cleox? Another test flight, I see. And it leaves us pressed for time. Our knowledge of the dragon's hunting cycles indicates they will be quite active around this time. I need not tell you what will happen should any of our airships encounter them. That is why our astrologians must interpret the stars for signs of Dravanian activity before airships are permitted to leave. Is that a sylph? But delaying the shipment would have grave repercussions. Our only option is to hasten the repairs on the airship. Bray, speak with Fromlot at the Sky Steel Manufactory, and see if there is aught he can do. What business brings you to House Durandare? Speak up. A dinner with House Fortome. And whose favor do they aim to gain this time? Not that it concerns you, but House Durandare and Fortome don't exactly see eye to eye. Little wonder they would ask you to deliver this missive. But far be it from me to exacerbate matters. The invitation will be delivered. What my lord does with it is not my concern. Please stop loitering. No lollygagging. Ah, and so you have returned. I hope you were not met with too much hostility. The high houses of Ishgard are descended from the heroes who once fought alongside Holdreth, the first Azure Dragoon. Their ancestors were the founders of Ishgard, and it is from their bloodlines the Archbishop is chosen. There is no force greater than their combined strength when pitted against the Horde. When vying for power here in Ishgard, however, they are like quarrels fighting for territory in a small pit. To involve yourself in politics here is a dangerous game. You would do well to remember that. To most, gazing at the skies fills the heart with peace. Alas, it has long ceased to have that effect for me. In the silhouette of every bird, I see a dragon coming to raise our city. Hasten repairs of the airship. Easier said than done, my friend. We primarily oversee the production of dragon-slaying weapons such as ballistas and Bertha cannons under orders from House Helernart. The magitech utilized in these airships is most certainly not within our regular field of expertise. It is no simple matter to rush anything, and so loud and air. But I suppose if we are to contend with the Horde, it cannot be helped. To help Cleix, we will do what we can. Very loud. Welcome to the Holy Stables. What can I do for you? Oh, the fodder! Splendid. The chocobos are in for a treat. We specialize in the breeding and training of cavalry chocobos, so they must have nothing but the very best. They're put through an admittedly harsh training regimen, and only a chocobo of the finest stock can endure it. That's why my assistant and I... Wait a second, where is my assistant? No doubt he's run off to the light feather proving grounds again. Would be a dear and go get him for me, and tell him to expect chocobo fodder for breakfast, if he doesn't hurry. I'd wager a month of his pay he's spectating at the light feather proving grounds. I know we've fallen on hard times, but do you ever see a war ended by crying and complaining? And didn't think so. The moment we lose the resolve to keep going, it's all over. Odd place to put a cooking pot. I mean, it's like a pain in the ass to get up there to get it. Oh, yeah, leaves. Well, it's probably gonna end up taking me out of the city or something, maybe. I'll have a talk with them, though. Beg your pardon, but you are Master Nordin, I presume? Just the man I was hoping to see! It so happens I have a proposition for you. You see, in accordance with the Lord Commander's orders, we have established a new system similar to the one administered by the Adventurers Guilds of Eorzea. We are to document the petitions of the people and distribute them to motivated individuals like yourself. Were you to assist us with these leaves, sir, we would be most grateful, and we would compensate you accordingly. Yay! And yeah, the thing is for crafting, and I don't have any crafting, so... I take it by your garb, you are not from here, am I right? What, you mean my Azure Dragoon armor? Yes, I am from somewhere else entirely. The sights of our city must be quite the spectacle. It is a place rich with history, a story for every brick that paves our streets, or frames our hearths and homes. There is much to learn of Ishgard, and I suppose I can teach you a thing or two, if you care to listen to this old man's tales. Pray, meet me at Saint Rainette's Forum. Well, I get another tour. Ah, so you've come to partake of my company, eh? Then let me start with the statue which stands before you here. This is Saint Rainette, a dragoon of great renown, said to have wielded Gaybolg. Oh, I wield Gaybolg now. According to legend, a dragon slew her beloved, and naught but its blood could atone for what she lost. After much searching, she confronted the beast, and that would be the last time she wielded a lance. Upon exacting her revenge, they say she cast it aside on the ground, where the dragon was felled, taking up the cloth in its place. From then on, she devoted her life to uplifting the poor and downtrodden. I dare say, there has never been a man or woman so selfless as she in our history, and so the Ark of the Humble was constructed, that we should never forget her sacrifices. It's perhaps worth mentioning that we of Ishgard take great pride in the works of masonry adorning our streets. You will come to find figures of great esteem and respect immortalized in some fashion at nearly every turn. Now then, let us move on to Saint Vailroyant's Forum. I shall await you there. Well, there's barely anything left of that statue. This is or rather was, the statue of Saint Valeriant, an azure dragoon of ages past who once drove off the great worm Nidhogg. Surely you've heard of the azure dragoon? No, never. Chosen by the Eye to lead Ishgard's dragoons in the fight against the Dravanian Horde. But alas, much like this one, a number of statues in our fair capital have been defaced during a recent attack. Not that we could ever forget in whose name they were erected, mind you. In fact, one could say these disfigurements are like a badge of honor earned from a clash with our enemy. Quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? History being made of history, I'd say. I'm afraid that is all I have to tell of our dear city. But that glimmer in your eye tells me you wish to know more. Pray, speak with Outregulane at St. Raymond's Cathedral. I have no doubt he can regale you with another tale of Ishgard's history. Like right in front of me when I'm trying to talk to somebody. Hey, you there. Would you mind taking this bottle of mulled wine to the gentleman downstairs? He's a regular around here, and a rather affable one at that. But for a recent lack of employment, he's been looking to get deep in the cups. Thought I'd treat him to a mug of this today. And keep a bit of weight in his coin purse. How did this happen? I feel as if I'm trapped within some waking nightmare. Sour red cooked with various spices and citrus rinds over a low flame so as to preserve the alcoholic content. Sounds yummy. What's this? No doubt from Gibberlant, that admirable bastard. Just what I need to drown my troubles. I was a knight in the service of a proud noble family, that is, until my dear lady was accused of heresy. Everything changed after that. Their prestige, their pedigree. Everything was stripped away, including me. They say drinking is merely a pause from thinking, or that I could take from a bottomless mug. Nay, the only thing that stands to wash away is my dignity. Rather than play the drunken fool, I would like to make a gift of this to my lord. Surely this pain I bear is nothing next to his. Completely unaware that his wife had committed such heinous crimes. Did she, though? He is a good man. He deserves better. But this is all I can offer him now. I am loath to impose upon your kindness further, but could you take this to him in my place? To let him see me in my current state would be disgraceful. I imagine he is still at the airship landing in the Pillars. My lord is likely at the airship landing, but I fear it will not be long before he departs. Please hurry. Excuse me, sir. Do you have any spare wood for a fire? A small bundle, or even a few twigs would do. Of course not. As if a bundle of sticks could warm the hands of so many. The dragons have left Foundation in shambles. Countless men and women are without shelter. The bitter chill of death breathing down their necks. I fear some may not even live through the night. I implore you, please speak with Vaincanet at the congregation. Tell him we must have firewood for the citizens here in the Broom. Vaincanet would not turn his back on us. Please speak with him and see if there is any firewood spare. Yes, is there aught I can help you with? I see. I'm hardly blind to the plight of my people, but firewood is something of a commodity these days. I cannot hand it out freely as I might otherwise. However, I may have a solution. During the most recent Dravanian assault, a number of buildings were destroyed. I thought it a grave misfortune, but there may yet be a silver lining. The timber we've collected from those buildings is unfit for reconstruction. You may take as much as you like to the Broom. The destruction of those buildings is a travesty beyond measure, but perhaps we can yet make something out of a bad situation. Take as much of the wood to the Broom as you feel is necessary. Looking for who? Oh, the stableman. He went inside not too long ago. Oh, hello there. Welcome to the Light Feather Proving Grounds. What do you do here? Officially, I'm supposed to show people around and answer their questions, but in practice, that's hardly necessary, as we rarely see new faces around here. Not that I mind. I rather like being free to watch the fights. What kind of place is this? As you might expect from the name, the Light Feather Proving Grounds were originally established to host matches for battle-trained chocobos. That being said, House Zamil has since allowed the grounds to be used for other purposes on occasion. Some other houses have staged spectacles for both private and public amusements. The Temple Knights have also held exhibitions in the past as well. Those are always a delight, believe you me. I say, such fine sand we've got here. Wouldn't you agree? Pity I have no luck with chocobos, or other pursuits for that matter. Hey, you're about to be fed chocobo fodder. Get back to work. Hello there. Come for a few matches as well, I take it. Have you ever seen anything so exhilarating? No, I have not. There is nothing in this world more majestic than the chocobo. Spirited and resilient, with plumage kissed by the golden sun. They are my passion, and I long to someday breed the perfect chocobo. Fortunately, I work at the holy stables, or I'd never have the opportunity. Sevilia's looking for me. Bugger me with a hay fork. The fodder must have arrived. The matches will have to wait. Thanks for the tip, friend. He practically tripped over himself running in here not long ago. Thank you for finding him. He'll have to buckle down if he's serious about becoming a realm-renowned breeder. Though he's off to a good start having come here. Ishgard is famous for raising chocobos, you know. They've always been the steed of choice on the battlefield. The proving grounds where you found my starry-eyed assistant ensure they get plenty of practice. Well, I say it's practice, but it also makes a good show for the folk spectating as well. You should see for yourself sometime. Nothing like feathers flying from two chocobos fluttering, almost dancing, back and forth in the arena. You'll quickly come to understand why they call it the Light Feather Proving Grounds. And as long as this stable stands, you can be sure our chocobos will be there. I'll confess the weather has been more than unkind to our chocobo chicks, but we have traditions and a reputation to uphold. Did Vaincanet consent to aid us? Was there any word to spare? My word, I know not what to say. How did he amass such quantities? No matter, go and distribute this to the people down below. We must do what we can before this cold claims any more lives. It's so cold. I cannot feel my hands anymore. Splintered, knotted, cracked, worm-eaten, moldering. This wood is no longer suitable for aught but maintaining a fire. Wood for a fire? Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Bah! What I wouldn't give for a bit of kindling. For me? Truly? So it's true what they say about asking and receiving. Thank you. I can't bear this cold no longer. Perhaps I should... What? Firewood? Bless you, sir, bless you. It's cold, so very cold. Firewood? Aholone be praised. Why, that's quite a load of timber there. Surely you don't mean to distribute that all by yourself? Why not let me handle that for you? It's the least I can do to repay your kindness. Leave it to me. I know these streets like the back of my hand. Folks will be warming themselves all along these streets in no time flat. Thanks again, mister. will be seeing you. You do our patron saints proud. Now then, let us take what remains somewhere safe. What? A young Elizan girl offered to ration out the rest for you? I'm afraid to say you have been duped. She is a thief, and rather well known here in the Broom. She bears no ill intentions, but this is a fair deal more serious than her usual antics. These are hard times, and I understand how destitution drives one to desperation, but we cannot afford to tolerate her selfish actions. Not now. I pray no one shall want for warmth tonight, but we must recover the firewood, and soon. Yes? Can I help you with something? After all that has happened, he still thinks to put me first. Would that I could do more for him. But alas, I have lost nearly everything. My title, my land, my wife. She was accused of heresy, and I did all within my power to advocate her innocence. But in the end, there was naught I could do to forestall the hand of judgment. I was a man of great station, and yet I had never felt so low, so helpless. The Fury has spoken, and to refuse her is perhaps a greater crime than those thrust upon my beloved wife. Now, if you will excuse me, it is nearly time to... Where did he run off to? I'm terribly sorry to trouble you, but would you help me look for my son? We can ill afford to be late. Oh, thank goodness. The swiftness of your report is most appreciated. The advent of the airship is truly a wonderful thing, but not without its hindrances, as you can see. They allow us to cross the ice wall, blocking passage to Western Corthus, and navigate the Sea of Clouds. But Helone, have mercy on the ship that should encounter dragons. That is why the Holy See has seen fit to employ machinists and astrologians in the operation of our airships. Father is searching for me. Then it is time. Forgive me. Father insisted we leave immediately, but I had to see for myself. This is where they took my mother to receive Helone's judgment. He said he would He said he would fight for her, that justice would be served. But in the end, justice took my mother away from us. Perhaps if I had been stronger, I could have won the battle that my father did not. Well, I must be going. Goodbye, mister. Greetings, friend. Alone's blessings be upon you. Ah, you wish to know more of Ishgard's history. It is not often travelers come seeking such knowledge. The Holy See of Ishgard is home to myriad patron saints for which many places are named. In fact, this cathedral was named for the first archbishop to oversee the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. They are a testament to the unshakable will of our people, to our unity in the battle against the Dravanian horde. I realize there is much of our people you do not know, and we would not force our views upon you. Rather, we ask you not decry our pursuit of our destiny, the righteous path we walk by the grace of Alone, our truest savior. Aw, man. Of course the weather changes as soon as I get here. Man, I'm never gonna get a good picture, am I? Well, since I'm here, I'm gonna grab these quests that I need for the new jobs. My prospectometer seems rather fond of you. Let's see, shall we? Odd garb, striking presence. Would I be right in assuming that you are one of those adventurous types? Ah, I thought as much. My prospectometer seldom lies. And let me just say, you have made the right choice in visiting our humble workshop. Ahem. Welcome to the Sky Steel Manufactory, where miracles are born from ether, metal, and imagination. For cannons and ballistas, we develop and manufacture a range of weapons designed for slaying dragons invaders. But we are also accepting students who wish to take up a firearm and learn the techniques of a machinist. What say you? Are you interested in joining us and exploring the machinist discipline? Oh my god, it's so loud. I didn't take off my headphones a bit. You are? Well, of course you are. Otherwise my prospectometer would not have registered your obvious interest. Ah, in my excitement, I've neglected to introduce myself. My name's Stephanevian de Harlenort. And you are? Byrnjolf, is it? Well, Byrnjolf, allow me to welcome you once more to the Sky Steel Manufactory. As I mentioned before, it is our charge to develop and manufacture weapons designed for slaying dragon invaders. But pray forget about those tired old inventions. The future lies in machinistry, a technology that weds the genius of Master Garland's magitech with traditional etherology. Every single one of my latest creations employs the principles of this unique discipline. And in the steady hands of trained machinists. Is it machinists or machinists? I have no idea. My new inventions are going to alter the very face of warfare. Though I would dearly love to expand upon my revolutionary theories, we should begin by familiarizing you with the tools of the trade, so to speak. Have you time now for a brief lesson? Splendid! Now, the first thing you must learn is the proper technique for handling a fire. Where in the hell is our master of marksmanship? This man is never about when I need him most. How dreadfully embarrassing. Here I've mercilessly piqued your interest, and now I must ask you to call again at a later convenience. Mayhap the next time you visit, our instructor will deign to put in an appearance. Then we can outfit you with the equipment necessary to learn basic marksmanship. And I might explain to you the particulars of the machinist's profession. I'm afraid he's gone for good this time, your lordship. Left a letter of resignation on your workbench and all. Confound the man! We cannot afford to lose such a pivotal employee at this crucial juncture in our growth. Joy, prepare mine accoutrements. I shall drag that scoundrel back by the lapels if need be. But, me lordship, we ain't even sure of where to start looking. You make a salient point, my dear. A prospectometer points to the lands of Malanasia. Ah, yes, I should have realized that he would return to his homeland.
Lanasia, me lordship. Are you sure you want to go there? I hear it's a nasty place, where folk will clout you across the face as soon as look at you. Aye, well, I must admit to little familiarity with its environs. Hark, Troy! The prospectometer chirps again. Of course, our aspiring machinists. We shall have the worldly Byrnjolf here act as our guide. For an explorer who has braved the harshest corners of Eorzea, the wilds of Lanasia must be akin to a guarded path. Is that not so? Aye, it is but a guarded path. You see, Joy, my prospectometer never steers me awry. You will consent to guide us then, Byrnjolf? Then 'tis settled. Joy here, in addition to her loyal service to House Elenart, is the finest shot in the manufactory. As a novice machinist, I suggest you mark her technique well during our little jaunt to Lanasia. Speaking of which, we must needs decide upon a somewhat less vague destination. I seem to recall our absent instructor mentioning companions from a camp overlook. Let that be our first port of call. House Hillenard gave me work as a maid, but his lordship insisted I try me hand at being a machinist. Oh dear, what happened to you? Greetings and welcome to the Athenaeum Astrologicum. Perhaps you were drawn by fate to this place of learning, or perhaps you wish to know more of fate itself. Then you were wise to come hither, for in the stars are written the fates of every woman and man on Hydaelyn. It was there in the stars that I read a man would come upon the Athenaeum this very day. A man who would play an important role in my own life. Ah, but my apologies. Even the most skilled reader cannot scry a name from the heavens. Would you be so kind as to give me yours, so that I might know who is to be my newest protege? Byrnjolf. Well, I was not expecting that. But what is a name but an attempt by our begetters to wield power over the lives of their sons and daughters? Lives whose paths have already been foretold, in a sense, that is. My name is Jean-Quinard de Durender, and I am an astrologian for the Holy See. Remember that name, for it shall echo forevermore in the annals of Ishgardian history. Well, it will once I put it there. Once we put it there. Now, where to begin? I suppose I could consult my divining deck for an answer, but that would be too easy now, wouldn't it? Very well. At the beginning it is. Astrology, or the reading of the stars, is a branch of etherological science, which originated in distant Charlayan. There have been astrologians in Ishgard for thousands of years, but it wasn't until 3 centuries ago when O'Donnell the Younger learned that the movement of the stars could also be used to foresee the movements of the Dravanian horde, and the field became popular.
Since then, what was once a single science has bifurcated into two similar yet ultimately different schools of learning. The Charlayan School of Astrology and the Ishgardian School, the former placing the focus on tapping celestial ether and transforming it into beneficial magics, or astromancy. The latter specializing solely in determining the actions of our dragon enemies to the north. I am a student of the former, the only student of the former here in Ishgard, and have been actively seeking a partner with whom to conduct my research. Let us just say that my fellow astrologians here have been less than approving of my path. That is simply because they are afraid of what they do not know. Once they do know of how Charlayan astrology can benefit the sea and its soldiers, they will feel foolish for ever having doubted me. Us. You will be joining me, will you not? Walking the path that has been laid out before you? Instead of stubbornly denying your fate, postponing the inevitable? I see you wasted no time making your decision. Like I always say, the stars are never wrong. Alas, even a lifetime of study and training cannot unlock all the secrets written in those stars. Myself, I have been a student of the astromantic arts for more summers than I can count, and I still often misread the signs shown to me in the skies. Though my readings are far more accurate now than they were when I attended the Athenaeum in Charlayan. Not the Charlayan, mind you. The colony that once thrived in the Dravanian hinterlands. I can recall my time there like it was but yesterday. The first 6 moons I was not even allowed to touch the deck of 60, let alone conduct a reading with the major arcana. Most of my time was spent in the scriptorium, transcribing old tomes on astrological fundamentals, such as the 6 elemental houses, divine duplicity, class triplicity, house modality and polarity, dignity versus detriment. I abhorred the task, and would tirelessly pester my instructors as to when I might actually be granted the opportunity to weave a spell or perform a reading. It wasn't until the end of the sixth moon that I realized all that transcribing had prepared me with the essentials. I would need to do those very things. The positions of the celestial bodies within the 6 elemental houses, and the relation to the major and minor arcana of the deck of 60, therein lie the secrets to tapping the ethereal power locked in the heavens. And soon you will become privy to these secrets. But not this day. No. I would not have you transcribe musty old tomes like I was once forced to do. No, the task I have for you is much more interesting. You see, I am expecting the arrival of a very important guest. My old mentor from the Studium has agreed to make the journey from the old world to Ishgard and speak with the Holy See regarding the implementation of Charlayan astrological techniques in city-state defense. Alas, the professor and his party are now fully 7 days late in arriving, and I have begun to worry for their safety. I should be much obliged, therefore, if you would inquire of the other astrologians here at the Athenaeum if they have heard not. Why would Lord Gentquinard think I had information on the whereabouts of a handful of unbelievers from across the blood-brine sea? I am an astrologian, not a fortune-teller. I cannot simply look to the stars and scry the location of the Viscount's guests, unless his guests are dragons, that is. I suppose if anyone knew aught, it would be the observatorium. We here at the Athenaeum are but students dedicated to research. Those with any influence in our field are assigned to the astroscope. Let me guess. The good Lord Gentquinard said he saw you in a vision and that the stars told him that you were to study Chartrean astrology with him. Am I close? He must be the 100th of his little pets to pester me this week alone. I harbor no ill will toward ignorant unbelievers, unlucky enough to find themselves caught up in talk of stars and fortunes. But you may tell that sorry excuse of it for an astrologian for the upteeth time that I have heard naught concerning his imaginary friends from faraway Charlian. Just do not tell the Viscount I called him a sorry excuse for an astrologian, all right? Gentquinard is still waiting for word on his missing Charlians, instead of actually making an effort to find them, is he? Of course he is. Is it any wonder that in the nearly 15 years since his return from Charlian, his skill in astromancy has remained unchanged? Any wonder that he has never yet managed to convince a single peer of the value of the Charlian school? He is a privileged little sprat who spends more time gazing at the stars in young maidens' eyes than actually trying to read the ones above his head. All right. You tell the poor man I just returned from the observatorium, and one night at the communal feasting hall happened to overhear Chief Astrologian Folamort speaking with one of his aides regarding Charlian. He was visibly upset, and I wasn't about to risk my career over something I cared little about, so I merely put my head down and ate my beet soup. But that is all I know, and you did not hear it from me. Master Folamort, and I thought this day could not get any worse. Oh no. I'm not suggesting that meeting you in any way has been unfortunate. It is just it may not be in our best interests to be seen together as of yet. There are certain people in the sea who do not approve of my studies. Couple that with the fact that you are an outsider and an unbeliever. And well, people may come to the wrong conclusions. We must act with caution until we can prove that our intentions are just and for the good of all Ishgard. So I must ask you to travel to the observatorium alone and meet me there. After witnessing a spectacle like that, every day life seems rather dull in comparison. So you didn't see the trial earlier? Your loss. Fury take me. The way that heretic swung that slab of iron he called a sword was a sight to behold. He couldn't have carried a shield if he wanted to. The blade was so big, had to keep two hands on it at all times. I was amazed he managed to keep up with the Temple Knight for as long as he did. Fought like a demon from the deepest pits of the seventh hell, bellowing threats and working his arts. I wasn't sure what to make of it at first, but then I heard someone say that he must be a dark knight. But you didn't hear that from me, eh? In fact, I'm sure I don't know anything about it. Ye gods, are you mad? We're standing outside the bloody tribunal. Fine, but keep quiet and listen well, because I'm only going to say this once. So, as I was saying, that heretic was fighting like a man possessed. Even after he took several wounds, he showed no sign of pain, though there was no mistaking the blood. As the fight wore on, it began to soak through his armor, spreading to every ilm of his body. But when it began to rise and envelop him, as a mist, I realized it wasn't blood, but something dark and twisted. But the righteous are not so easily cowed. Alone be praised. I screamed myself hoarse when the temple knight slipped past his guard and ran him through. Good riddance, I say. Man was not meant to wield such arts. Yet I wonder, is he truly one of those... Well, it matters not. I heard the temple knights talking of dumping his corpse in the broom. By sunrise, it'll be stripped bare and tossed over the walls. It will be as though he never was, and as though we never had this conversation. That's more than far enough for charity. They'll take care of the rest. And mayhap sooner rather than later. Come on. Is this it? Is this all that awaits? No. No more. Enough. Open your eyes. Look. Do you see now? Do you see? Byrnjolf. Byrnjolf. I've been waiting for you to open your eyes. You all right? You were moaning in your sleep, and sweating buckets besides. Name's Frey, by the way, and no, I'm not a heretic. Try convincing a temple knight drunk on authority of that, eh? Shame the pompous arse got the better of me. But how about you? You touched it, yes? That couldn't have felt good. A voice, eh? And a rather distressed one besides. Please, someone! Anyone! Not so fast. We need to talk about what's happening to you. What's growing within you. Before you get carried away. There's a darkness within us all. Nothing dangerous, mind. In fact, it's quite healthy. But the crystal changes you. Gives you the power to channel it. Do it without proper training, however. And, well, it might hurt. So go ahead. Ask me to teach you. Ask me to instruct you in the ways of the Dark Knights, and I will. I know you're still worried about that screaming woman, so I'll keep this brief. We Dark Knights don't care one whit of prestige or pedigree. We are free to follow our hearts, to defend the weak and punish the guilty as we see fit. The law of the land, the authority of a name. These are tools cowards use to escape harm. We have no need for shields, figurative or literal. Here, my blade is your blade, my soul crystal your crystal. Go on, take them. You'll need them soon enough. Serious slash blush. Very funny. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, good. Okay. Nice. Well, well. Don't you look the part. Ready to harness the darkness within to set the wrong things right. Now bear in mind that while the darkness gives you strength, that strength comes at a cost. That is but one sacrifice, though, and justice demands many. Say a man, a venerable, untouchable man, Donald Trump, harms a child, yet definitely Donald Trump, in unspeakable ways. He strides through the Hopland, secure in the knowledge that he is beyond punishment. But for one who cuts down that vile beast as he flaunts his freedom, who knows how many others will suffer? Such was the dilemma faced by a goodly knight long ago. He knew that he would be stripped of his titles and denounced for the deed. The threshold we refuse to cross is a line we draw for ourselves. We fear the consequences, and people suffer for our indecision. Everyone who held that crystal came to conquer that fear, and became who they wanted to be. That night was the first. Will you be the next? Think on that while we look into the commotion down below. Now that's a pose. Love that. Here we are. Go and ask her what's wrong. Please, I don't know what to do. It's my granddaughter. I didn't see him standing there, and I know that's no excuse. I should have been more careful. But my granddaughter, she started yelling at the temple knight, and I tried to stop her, I did. But then he said she had to come with him, and if I could just tell him how sorry I am, maybe he would. He'd take you too, is what he'd do. Even if you went and begged the blue bastard to intervene, it'd be too late by then. Ain't the first time they've taken a girl her age. If she doesn't fight back, they might let her go after. No! There has to be another way! Ishgardian justice. They might spare the girl, you know. Leave her with a few scars and a lifelong lesson. Or we could beat every last one of them to within an ilm of their lives and rescue the girl. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I knew you would. Everything is going to be all right, madam. When I'm through with those knights, they will not dare trouble you ever again. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Please bring her back to me. Assuming they didn't just drag her into an alley, they've taken her to either the congregation or the tribunal. The Honorable Sir Emeric wouldn't suffer such reprehensible behavior under his roof. The Inquisition, on the other hand, well. So that leaves the tribunal. If the girl is still alive, I imagine they'll make all manner of threats. Come any closer and she dies, and so forth. If so, we'll need to make something perfectly clear to them. We're not here for her. We're here for you. Once they understand, she means nothing to us. They'll attack us or flee. I don't know about you, but I'm eager to find out which. Gonna double check my recording here, and then I'm gonna grab something to drink. I'm thirsty. There. If anything, I think The Dark Knight is my absolute favorite of the jobs you can have. I like the story of it. Just the one sword between the two of us, I'm afraid. You keep it. I dare say it fits rather snugly in your hands. But don't worry about me. I'll do my part to keep you on your feet. Now, should things turn violent, as I expect they shall, you may need to tap into your dark side to survive. It's not unlike drawing upon your own ether to weave magic. Fear, pain, rage, that which lies in the deepest depths of our soul, makes for a potent fuel. But be warned, burn too much too quickly, and you risk being consumed. Do not worry, Byrnjolf. The first step over the threshold is always the hardest. Ah, yes, I should have known you'd do that. Right then, let's find the girl. Search the area between here and the tribunal for the knights. I'll be right behind you.
Who are you? Another highborn arse?
Damn it, girl! You're only making it worse for yourself.
The hell's with you? I've done nothing wrong.
Ah, why are the pretty ones always so daft? If I had a gill for every time I had to kill an unrepentant bastard like you. What the? Are you threatening a temple knight? Oh, you're very clever. Yes, I am. Now let her go. Enough of this. With me, girl, now! One more word of protest and I'll toss your grandmother in a cell to rot. You three, seize this imbecile! Bring everyone! He's gone mad! Reinforcements, eh? Looks like we'll have to even the odds. Search your soul for the darkness. We need but a sliver yet. Do you see, Byrnjolf? The flames beckon. Immerse yourself in the flames and ignite the darkness within. Oh, is that what consumed me? All this for a base-born bitch? Do you know what you're doing? I do. I'm killing you and anyone else who gets in my way. The next knight who bears steel, I am not only going to kill him, but I'm going to kill his wife, his friends, and burn his goddamn house down. That might be a bit much, but okay. Thank you. Those of you who yet live, remember this horror, and know that should you speak of it, it shall be visited upon you again 100-fold. Well done, hero. I think the fair maiden wants to have a word. I don't know what to say, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I got a little carried away earlier. It's just that when I saw how they were treating my grandmother, I had to say something and... What? No one screamed your name. My grandmother called out just the once, but that was it. Speaking of which, I should hurry back. I suppose I ought to say that I'm sorry for what I did, but I'm not. Those knights had it coming. Halone bless you for what you did. Feels good, doesn't it? Strange, maybe, but a good strange, I'll wager. You tapped into something primal, a power nestled within you, yearning to be free. As your understanding of this power grows, so too will your skill as a dark knight. You have done well, far better than I could have hoped, in fact, but there is still so much more to learn, so much further to go. I won't lie to you, Byrnjolf. The risks will only increase, so if you want to keep going, you have to trust in me. Can you do that? I can. Good. That's a promise. Circumstances being what they are, it might be best if we parted ways for a while. Think of it as an opportunity to hone your skills in my absence. But don't worry. We will meet again. When the time is right, I'll be waiting where we first met. I know not which is worse, the blasphemous wretch who mocks the very principles from which our field is sown, or the bumbling unbeliever who blindly follows him in hopes of gnawing on the scraps he drops in his wake. Byrnjolf, allow me to apologize again for not accompanying you here. As for our business with the chief astrologian, you may leave the talking to me. John Gunnard. I might have known it would be you. Who else would be so indecent as to drag an outsider into this holy place of observation? You have always had an unhealthy obsession with the foreign, is why you are as worthless to the Athenaeum now as you were when you returned from the heathen city a decade and a half since. But the stars, they can serve us in other ways than merely revealing when the Horde will attack. Their powers can be tapped. The ether within can be used for... The ether should be left be. Has history taught you naught about the folly of the Nemeans? The Amdapori? The Maki? Mine uncle, the Charlayans, have been wielding astromancy for ages without disrupting ethereal balance. This power, combined with Asgardian astrology, could be what is needed to turn the tide of this 1,000-year conflict. Moreover, I have reason to believe that our masters at the Vault agree, as they have given me their blessing to continue my research. I did not come to trade barbs with you, Nuncle. Let us save that for another time. I am here because it has come to my attention that you may have information as to the whereabouts of Professor Mace and his party from Charlayan. For someone who says he is not here to trade barbs, you have been quite generous in your dealing of them today. If it means you will leave and allow me to return to my work, then I'd be more than happy to let you know what information found its way to my desk just yesterday morn. Serpent Reaver sightings and foul weather prevented the professor's ship from entering the Strait of Merthor, where they would have made their way up the Maiden and into Korthus. After detouring around the south of Vilebrand, they finally disembarked at Vesper Bay, where they took the land route along the Royal Allegan Sunway to the Black Shroud. It is there, it seems, they lost their way. A lost astrologian. Ha! It is as my morning reading predicted. Dalamud was in detriment in the House of the Spire while ascending over the ecliptic. Byrnjolf, you must journey to the Black Shroud and assist Professor Mace. Allow me to introduce you to Quimperane. He is my personal manservant and shall accompany you. He is not one for conversation, but his sword arm is amongst the best in all the pillars. He should see you safe in any danger, if any danger were to befall you, and something tells me danger lurks on the horizon. It is a pleasure to serve you, my lord. I shall make haste to Quarry Mill and await you there. Hold up. Lord, I have questioned the residents of this hamlet and learned that a party of queerly dressed outsiders passed through not but a bell ago. It should not prove overly difficult to find them now. But before we begin, might I ask a moment of your time? I will not dare utter aught ill of my master, but his recent fixation with finding a protege, I believe it ill-considered. The passion, however pure, has left him with more than one enemy within the astrological community. Lord Formort has seen to this. I fear not only for how his name might be sullied, but for his life. I beg of you, pray do not drag him any further down into this quagmire. Let him quietly dabble in his dream. But let it remain at that, a dream. No good will come of encouraging him. It will only hurt the Viscount and his family. You must remember that while I serve Lord Genquinard, it is his uncle, the Count, who employs me. Now, as for the task at hand, I suggest we find the wayward travelers and hurry back to our respective hearths. I shall lead, but I ask you to take the rear and see that none might take us unawares. Grandfather! These are the Charlayans we seek, and it appears they have found themselves some trouble. Unhand my grandfather! Ah, feisty. We'll fetch a fine price for that one from the pleasure barge captains. The soul has spoken. Grab the old man. These wizard types carry on them all manner of gemmed baubles and golden trinkets. Up, up, or I'll toss you to the snakes. You want to see the old man again? You leave us the girl. Try anything, he's dead. Wait! grandfather's soul crystal? Why would he leave it here, surrendering any power he might have had to free himself from those bandits? Unless you were the one he saw in his reading before we left the old world. But that was more than a moon ago. My grandfather scried from the cards that he would serve as the bridge for countless souls to be passed to another. Might you be that other? These men of the forest are careless. Tracking them will be no difficult feat. I shall follow and strike before they have time to regroup in numbers. The stars have spoken and laid their path not before you, but before the adventurer here. You must take the soul of the astrologian and place it near your heart. Listen to the tales of those who walked before you, and know their journeys, as you do your own. As for the tools you require and the knowledge needed to wield them, I, Leviva, shall see to those matters. You saw there was no fear in my grandfather's eyes when the bandits took him. This is because he has seen you come to his rescue. Our lives were written in the stars long before we trod upon this land. It is not by chance that you stand here today with the soul of the astrologian in your hand. It is fate. Okay, so that's a healing spell. Reduces cast time, afflicts sleep, healing, Suna. It's a resurrection spell. So that's an AoE heal. Okay. So using the actions, Astral Draw or Umbral Draw will replace play 1, play 2, and play 3. That'd be these. With a respective Arcanum, which will be represented in the Arcana gauge. You can view the job gauge. Okay. I find it highly unlikely that a sparkling globe will sufficiently protect you from a bandit's blade. Stay back and leave the fighting to me. I have been a guide in these woods since my 10th name day, yet never have I encountered bandits like the likes of these. They are not of the Troll's Wood. Now listen carefully, for we haven't much time. The star globe which you hold is both your sword and shield. It will grant you strength as well as protection. But most important of all, it will grant you insight into the current location of the stars, enabling you to channel the heavens' ether into your body for use in all manner of magics. The better attuned you become with the heavens and their malefic and benefic, bodies, the better that ether might be manipulated to bring succor or pain. But as you already know, the Star Globe is not the only tool an astromancer has at his disposal. Yes, the Arcana, or more specifically, the 6 major Arcana, play a defining role in what type of astrologian you will become. Any layman will tell you that the cards can predict a man's future. This is both true and untrue. It is not the future that a card predicts, but the card influencing the man so that a certain future becomes more attainable. Seeking to tell a man's fortune, you draw a card from your deck. Upon reading the card, you scry that the man will be victorious in a coming battle. What is it that brings this man his victory but ether tapped from one of the lower 6 heavens, granting the man strength, making it all that much easier for him to overcome his enemy? Of course, what card is drawn is linked directly to a target's destiny, as well as yours. Are you the one who will see this man to fortune, or will you lead him to downfall? It all depends on your reading. Normally, I would not dare cover so much in the first lesson, but it is my grandfather who has placed his life in your hands, and I am not about to watch him have his throat slit because you cannot tell the face of an Arcana from its back. We have 2 seemingly capable soldiers here to take the brunt of the bandits' blows. Allow them to carve a trail of carnage, while you convince the stars to nudge the 2 in a direction favorable to my kin. I understand this must be a lot to digest. But if you are ever to become a capable astrologian, you must believe in the path laid out before you, and in your power to read it. Follow it, and ultimately control it. Take some time to acclimate yourself to your new abilities, and let me know when you are ready to begin. Well, it's cool. I see in your eyes that you are ready. Whether that actually makes you ready or not, only time will tell. Time, unfortunately, is something we no longer have in abundance. Well, hopefully I'm ready. My eyes are starting to go cross-eyed a bit. Let us take to the shadows and find out where these bandits are holding my grandfather. May the stars be our guide. Oh, I should have given that to the DPS. This is a card from my grandfather's deck. He is leaving us a trail to follow. Byrnjolf, its power is now your own. There are 6 major arcana. We must find the others. I was not told there would be 2 astrologians. Enough of this. I am Kimperin, in the employ of Lord Genquinard. I am sent to escort you back to Ishgard. Are you unhurt, my lord? Genquinard, you say? And where is my former student? His constant pestering is one of the reasons I agreed to make the long trip from the old world. I see none but Quimperin and this adventurer. I too have seen no other. Just like you didn't see those bandits until their knives were up our arses? But that is of no matter. It was all as the stars had foretold. Yes, I saw this adventurer long before even setting foot on this accursed continent, when the Arcana whispered and told me I would find a worthy successor for my soul crystal. And having witnessed how he eased into his new role, but mere moments after taking up the crystal, globe, and deck... Yes, I knew at once my reading was true, and that this adventurer was the astrologian I had been seeking. And now let us see if he has the potential for greatness within him. Look to the skies, Byrnjolf, and there you will see 6 stars aglow in pale yellow. This is the bowl. This constellation is wrought to be... this constellation is thought to be the gate to the first heaven, the heaven which holds the world tree. Yggdrasil? Planted by the matron and nurtured by the keeper. The keeper, huh? That's either Ratatoskr or Nifog. And we already have a Nidhogg in this world. The world tree is the source from which all life is said to have sprung. The trunk of the world tree, or the bowl, grants strength to the weak, allowing them to stand firm in the face of adversity. You have now opened the gate. You have now opened that gate, and its power is yours to command. A solid bowl represents a solid foundation. It is not coincidence that this very constellation is risen to mid-heaven at this very moment, the moment of a new astrologian's birth. And to think I saw all of this a moon ago. It seems I am a better reader of fates than I thought. Ha ha ha! But I jest. It has been a long journey, with more than its share of unexpected excitement. I am an old man, and one does not need a deck of arcana to see that my weary legs will not carry me much longer. Let us make haste to Ishgard, so I may give that ungrateful Genquinard a proper upbraiding. Alright, not so bad. I have to go to Camp Overlook. Oop. Ugh, what a stench. I think I'm going to be sick. Just sulfur. So this is Camp Overlook. Indeed, its inhabitants do seem the type to clout a man in the face in place of how do you do? Shall we make some inquiries after our prematurely retired instructor? Let us rendezvous at this spot once we've gathered what intelligence we may. A bloke laid a Ishgard. Aye, there was a stranger come about asking after one of our lads. Told him the sorry sod he was looking for was in the cabin by the lift, resting up from an axe wound. I've seen him, all right. Got himself a cold reception, too. You can't come apologizing for a deed a decade old and just expect to be forgiven. Sounds like a story there. Commander? You're a bloody fool to be standing here, but a bloody strong fool to do so without getting yourself killed. You'll find no respite on the front lines. If you are mind to stick around, I'll be trusting you to make yourself useful. You mean that big Ruagaden bastard? You'll find him pacing the boards in front of the infirmary. Some of the lads seem to know the bloke, but no bugger seems eager to say how. How fared your interrogations? 'Twould seem our man came here but to visit an old acquaintance. In the vicinity of the winch, you say? Let us investigate this infirmary, then. Were the conditions of your employment not satisfactory, return with us to the manufactory, and we can discuss more favorable terms. I understand that its guardians presently accord machinists rather less than the respect they deserve, but I promise you, our worth shall shine through in due time. People will clamor to learn our profession. You cannot abandon us now, Rostenthal. Think of the future. Leave me be. One more step and I'll blow your yapping jaw off. Joy, if you please. I absolutely love her complete change in personality here. You shite-eating bastard. Next time I'll aim for the shaft twixt your thighs. Are you not proud? 'Twas you who taught Joy everything she knows about shooting, and spitting colorful profanity besides. Aye, the lasses learned me lessons well enough to be your new master in marksmanship, I'd wager. Do you think so? Oh, but no, Joy is far too busy with her duties at the manor house. Wait, did she just agree to both of them? And besides, we have this budding machinist who is simply dying to learn from the great Rostenthal. Buffalo shite! Any scrag who's known me would rather I did the dying. Oh, just look at you! The epitome of a roguish swashbuckler! Why ever did you cease brandishing your weapon in that fashion? 'Cause only pirate scum hold a firearm like this, and I ain't gonna teach the machinist's way to no hopeless sausage-finger adventurer what ye dragged in off the street. Then you are saying that if our sausage-fingered adventurer shows a glimmer of hope, you will consent to instruct him? Did you hear that, Byrnjolf? This is your chance to display your aptitude for marksmanship. Here, I took the liberty of hacking some extra tools of the trade. Convince our reluctant instructor that you are serious in your intentions. Not from around these parts, are ye? Fine, Stefanivian. I'll give your whelp one bloody chance. One lesson to see what he's made of. The fate of the Sky Steel manufactory, nay, the very future of machinistry, is in your sausage-fingered hands. Take up your weapon and aim for the stars. You must persuade Rostenthal to return to us. His lordship has such high hopes for the manufactory's future. I'd hate to see him disappointed. And I'm naked again. In my chocobo saddle. Let's see here. It's gonna be the Disciple of War, isn't it? Yep. Get my swashbuckler outfit out of here. Gotta get my tattoos on. That doesn't help matters, but I guess I'll just put that one on. Add a new one. You go right here. I look ridiculous. But that's fine. You must persuade. Okay. And okay. For a first timer, ye look good and comfortable with that carbine. Pity that comfort'll only last right up until you shoot the bleeding thing. Right. Here's a few pointers afore we start, so's you don't put a round through your damn foot. Aim the barrel at your target. Squeeze the trigger, not too bloody hard, mind, and boom goes the firearm. It's your shots what'll decide the kind of damage you can do with any particular weapon. Next, let's talk about that contraption at your waist. Now, I don't rightly understand it, but the boss tells me it draws on the ether in your body and turns it into the spark what'll feed some new device he's working on. Oh, and pray do not forget to carry your soul of the machinist. I based the design on the more traditional soul crystals, and it will act as a focal point for the energy conversions performed by the Ethero Transformer. Ah, that would be the contraption Rostenthal mentioned. You're talking about yourself in third person. Okay. Alright, that's all you're getting for now. That's all you're getting for the now. Follow me, and we'll see how you fare in the field. Or you can throw your carbine in the bushes and flee like a musket-whipped cur. Them's your choices. Willing to take me test then, eh? The rules are simple. Make your way towards the Urbitsk Oval and shoot what you're told to shoot. I shall... Bugger off. Okay, well, I can see I need to do some arrangements here. I shall await you at the end of your trial, Byrnjolf. I have every confidence that you shall impress our instructor with your enthusiasm and potential. Right, we're gonna have us a good old-fashioned hunt. Droy'll be giving ye instructions while I eyeball your Okay, fine. Golems will be your first target. Focus on getting a feel for range. Try to avoid them corals. You don't want to waste your ammunition. Next up, we're hunting for bombs. Ah, there they are. Not bad, lad. Not bad at all. Let's see you against... Oh, what? I want to see some skins from pair... Okay. You want him to fail. You're gonna bend the rules, then so will I. Seriously, I love her transformation. You're just in the way, little guy. Bring me them skins, then? Even with young Troy's help, ye did well, lad. Huzzah! He will return to the manufactory with us, then. I said he did well. Not that we was done. He still got one last target to take down. Me. Byrnjolf's got talent, but even he can't win against Rottenstall. The man truly is being bothersome, Byrnjolf. Would you be so kind as to give the instructor a good drubbing? Well, there you are, instructor. Byrnjolf has proven his potential, beyond the shadow of a doubt. You are a man of your word, are you not? I'll come back to your bloody workshop. But do you know why I left in the first place? To once more breathe the salty air of your beloved homeland? Ha! I ain't got no love for La Nausea. In fact, I'd be happy if I never saw the place again. Then why would you inconvenience us by fleeing to a locale you so clearly despise? For a sack of gill that's the size of me bloody head. I don't know who ye was working for, but some bloke came around offering me good money to ship anchor. So I did. Someone paid you to abandon the manufactory? Who would do such a thing? Like I said, I ain't never seen the saw before, but if I show me face at the workshop, his boss is gonna want the gelt back, I reckon. Pity I already spent it all on grog. Oh, no. You'll not wiggle through my grasp that easily. I shall pay this debt, and in return you will instruct every would-be machinist who walks through our door. Well, you've got one bugger worth teaching, at least. I gets back into the frigid arms of Lady Ishgard for me. Was that wise, me lordship?
The Harlenort coffers ain't exactly fit to burst in.
Oh, yes, you're quite right. We are rather short on coin, but I am certain a thorough inspection of the ledgers will turn up a spare gill or two.
You can't put a price on good people, eh, me lordship?
That you cannot, my dear. Rostensol may be a touch standoffish at times, but none can dispute his eye for marksmanship. Such talk aside, I sensed the business he had in these parts was not concluded to his satisfaction, but that the man would confide in me his troubles. I suppose I shall have to content myself with the thought of his return. But you, Byrnjolf, you have exceeded my every expectation. Pray join me back at the manufactory, that I might thank you in a manner that befits your accomplishments. Oh, it is going to be bloody cold there. Yep. I'm freezing my arms off. The savior of the Sky Steel Manufactory. I had hoped to furnish you with a suitable reward, but a glance at the ledgers counsels me to wearisome prudence. Thus, instead of presenting you with a firearm of the finest materials and latest design, I must humbly ask that you make do with the dated model I gave you at Camp Overlook. And I must also pass on a message to you from Rostenthal. He asks that you take the skills he has taught you thus far and master them in the furnace of battle. Well, something to that effect. I assume he means to offer you further instruction once you display a sufficient level of competence. And such a day can hardly be distant for one of your talents, eh, Byrnjolf? Can you get me out of there, please? Oh, that is so loud. Oh, boy.
But a moon in the kitchens, and the maid is already fat with child. What? But a moon in the kitchens, and the maid is already fat with child. What the hell does that mean? A moon in the kitchen? I mean, I get the maid part, but still, I don't get the moon in the kitchen part. Jenquinard, 15 summers passed, and still the flippant clod I lost half of my hair tutoring. Setting an adventurer to find the man you summoned halfway across Heidelin, always taking the easy route, and you wonder why you still haven't been able to open the second heaven's gate?
Allow me to explain, Professor. You see, I was waiting here in case you made it to Ishgard before my manservant and Byrnjolf could locate you. Think of the confusion had you arrived here only to find the Athenaeum empty. Wait, how did you know I haven't opened all the gates? My grandfather is the greatest astrologian in all Sharlayan. There is naught he doesn't know unless he doesn't wish to know it. You, of all people, should know that. Perhaps I was hasty in my decision to remain here and see to your training. Train me? You? But what of Professor Mace? Isn't that why he made the journey? My grandfather has already completed his task. He simply came to Ishgard out of courtesy to an old pupil, one who it appears he wasted years on. Wasted? What are you implying, my lady? Ah, my dear Lviva, you still do not see it, do you? Without Quinard stumbling into my tutelage nearly 2 decades past, he never would have taken this adventurer under his wing and sent him to us in his stead. It was all as the stars had planned. Your soul crystal, Professor. The adventurer has stolen your soul of the astrologian. Ha! Ever the unobservant, John. If this adventurer had stolen my crystal, the Viva would have read up some terrible fate for the lad. No, Byrnjolf is my successor, something I mistakenly thought you might be, but even I cannot see every future, it seems. But do not despair. I have not given up on you completely. Despite your failings, you have tried your best to promote the Sharlayan school of astrology. Here, in this den of fools who'd failed to see aught and all beyond the Dragon Star. I wish to see you continue that fight, and that is why I've bade Lviva to remain here and further your and this adventurer's training. I see. This is all rather overwhelming. Might I have some time to consider your words? No. You either continue your training with me and your protege, or you crawl back to obscurity. I shall give you both several turns of the sun to study the basics of Sharlayan astrology. It should not be so hard for you, Quinard, considering you've had a substantial head start. Once you have committed the basics to memory, then return here. In the meantime, I will be traveling Eorzea searching for locations where Byrnjolf and you will unlock the remaining Heaven's Gates. But you were only recently set upon by bandits. Perhaps traveling alone so soon is unwise. Don't you think I know that? That is why you will be lending me the services of your able manservant, Comparin. I will? I will! Yes, of course, Lady Lviva. Anything for the granddaughter of Sharlayan's finest professor of astrology. Comparin, you heard the lady. Very good. Very good. I shall see my grandfather to the airship landing now. But rest assured that if you neglect your studies, I will know. Now to Ul'dah. Those balls! Just when you think you've seen it all, the world's full of surprises. What am I talking about, you ask? Oh, nothing much. Just the most amazing blade work I've ever seen. It wasn't even the main card either, but light entertainment. A Far Eastern fellow, old enough to be my grandfather, appeared and called for challengers. But who should answer him but a brute of a gladiator? People thought it was either mummery or a sick joke. After all, what could one expect from such a mismatch? The old and infirm versus the young and in form. But when the action began, the old man proceeded to drop everyone's jaws, his opponents not least of all, with his blistering blade work. The most riveting moment, though, was when he had the challenger on the back foot. For instead of finishing the job, he went and sheathed his blade. Putting your steel away in the heat of battle? Well, that's akin to committing suicide. That wasn't lost on the gladiator, who lunged in with a mighty swing. The spectators gasped collectively, thinking it was over. And it was, but not for the old man. For in the next instant, before anyone could comprehend what had happened, his opponent was crumpled on the ground. In one fell stroke, and with impossible speed, the old man had drawn his sword and dealt the telling blow. A few heartbeats passed in stunned silence. Then the stands erupted in riotous cheering. Gods, just recounting it gives me the chills. The speed, the precision, the elegance, simply sublime. How is it possible? I had never heard of these Far Eastern warriors, these samurai? Wait, are you thinking that what I think you're thinking? And you want to face the old man? Well, that silver-tongued showmaster was looking for a new challenger. But you don't want to do this. Let someone else be the fool. And there's the Stormblood. Quest accepted. I know, this is for Stormblood. I probably shouldn't be messing with this now, but I wanna. If I can go ahead and get certain things unlocked, I want to go ahead and get them unlocked. Actually, I need to go to the bathroom. Excuse me. Come one, come all, the marvel at a mystery of the Far East. A swordsman hailing from exotic Hingashi, whose blade work is quicker than the eye can see. Don't let his age fool you. Old though he may be, he's already made short work of one of Uldal's meanest gladiators, and he now seeks a new challenger. If you can best him, you'll be rewarded with a rare Hingin treasure. There's just one condition. You must fight with the same blade as the old man's. If you think you have what it takes, proceed to the Gladiators Guild and make yourself known to the Far Eastern Elder. I'm always curious if her dialogue updates at all. You are yet welcome here, Byrnjolf. Marshal Turpin made it clear that you were innocent of all charges. Not that we needed to be told the truth. No student of mine would dare sully his blade with royal blood. This aura, unusual yet undoubtedly formidable. Dare I hope a worthy challenger has come? Well met, friend. I am Musase, a samurai of Hingashi. Actually, if it's samurai with an AI at the end, would it be Musasai? Lest you wonder, samurai are swordsmen of the Far East. Yet know that the swords we wield are unlike those to this land. Katana, they are called, and for our duel I shall lend you such a blade, along with a stone, a talisman of sorts. Wear them on your person, and you shall become one of us, at least in appearance, if not in sooth. Did not mean to do that. I'll figure it out. Ah, yes, in your gaze I see the stirrings of a newborn samurai. This play in the stone has already bequeathed some of its memories unto you. Yet having the memories is one thing, mastering them quite another. We shall see how well you fare against me. Perhaps yourself, young samurai. Prepare yourself, young samurai. We begin as soon as you are ready. Are you ready then? Good, good. Let us take to the arena. Gather ye round and bear witness for another brave challenger has appeared. Next to face Musase, Swordmaster of the Far East, we have an itinerant adventurer. Hold it right there. No one gets to take down that old bastard except me. Byrnjolf the last standing, Scourge of the Sands. You made a fool of me earlier, but this time there'll be no tricks. This time I fight with my own sword, not that pathetic excuse for a needle you handed me. What's this? Bone-headed Byrnjolf, who was so roundly trounced but moments ago, has invaded the Blood Sands. For those who came in late, he's the disgraced gladiator who was cast out of the Colosseum for, and I paraphrase, being an all-round odious brute. The rules were plain, and you agreed to them. There were no tricks. Shut your mouth and fight me again! Such eagerness for blood. The warriors of this land are as naked blades. I'll get you next time! And with that distraction out of the way, we may continue where we left off. To draw forth such strength from the stone in so short a time. You are no ordinary man. As promised, I shall bestow upon you the rarest of Hingan treasures, training in the way of the samurai. What is the matter? Our techniques are not found in this land, hence their great worth. As my pupil, you would train under my watchful eye and learn even the most persant of my techniques. Why, you lying bastard! He got a smaller sword this time. All that fighting and there wasn't even any coin in it? What's this? Boneheaded Byrnjolf is back, and this time he's brought friends. This man doesn't know when to give up. You got a problem? Come down here and say it. At no point was it said that the treasure is an object, let alone coin. Besides, winning it was well beyond you. Shut the hells up! This time I'll show you my true strength. Your strength lies in numbers, 'twould seem. Very well, if you insist on another trouncing, then so be it. But know that this time 'tis not I who will deal it, but my pupil. Having seen your potential firsthand, he and his ilk ought not pose you any trouble. Whoever he is, take care of him too. Saw this, I'm gonna make you hurt, old man. Forgive me. I know it was wrong to force that fight upon you, and yet I find I do not regret having done so, for it has reaffirmed beyond any doubt the promise I had glimpsed in you. Long did I search in my native land for a pupil, but I found none fit to be a vessel for my knowledge. The problem I concluded lay in my people's way of thinking, the zeal with which they uphold tradition to the detriment of all else. So it was that I set forth for a new land, this heirs here. This heirs here? Heirs ear? Are you trying to say Eorzea? I placed myself in the midst of your most able swordsmen. Offering myself up as a spectacle in hopes of finding a worthy soul. Sorry, I'm kind of a bit more focused on the heir's ear. And find him I did in you. Now I realize how all this may appear. To you, I could be but a strange old fool spouting nonsense, but I am well past caring about appearances. I speak with all earnesty when I say that there is none other into whom I would pour my knowledge. And so I ask you, will you consent to being my pupil? Yes. Ah, words cannot well express my joy. From this moment on, we are master and student. Now then, I would know your name. By what are you called? Byrnjolf. It is a fine name. Without further ado, Byrnjolf, we shall commence your training. Pray join me at the nearby tavern, the Slick Hand. It's the quick stand. Charge! Right, and since I'm level 50 already, was it Shift Control I? Yes. I will be taking that out of my thing there. That on. That on. That on. That on. Okay, so it looks a bit silly. Feels a bit out of place in this armor appearance. That's fine though. I see you now flirt with darkness of an entirely different nature. Though my expertise centers upon the arcane, this mundane manipulation is not to be scoffed at. Tread with care, Byrnjolf. Ah, my dear Byrnjolf, rumor has it you've gotten dragged into some unsavory business. But keep your chin up, you hear? I believe in your innocence. We all do. And those that believe otherwise will have to answer to my fists of fury. Ha ha ha! Oh, what do you have to say? You shouldn't be here. If they find you, they'll arrest you like they did the others. Look, I didn't see you, all right? If you know what's good for you, you'll put 100 malms between yourself and Ulda. Yours is ever a welcome place. Yours is ever a welcome face, Paladin. To what do I owe the pleasure? Oh. I think it's safe to say that you bear some responsibility for that. Tales of your deeds have doubtless served as inspiration to many. There have been other tales told in recent days, of course, but no one with an ounce of common sense pays them any heed. If her grace was not convalescing from illness, she would surely put an end to this madness. Unless in her absence, the monetarists are firmly in control. No chocobo music? Okay, that's a bit weird. Even in these dark times, you think to pay this old man a visit. You are kind, my lord, very kind indeed. But never you fear, her grace is alive and well, I am certain of it. That the incident has not been made public is proof positive of this. Or so I try to convince myself. I could not carry on otherwise. Okay, seriously, why am I not having any music? Is that a bug? Oh, now it's gone. Gossip mongers, huh? Oi, did you hear? Some adventurer, and a bleeding famous one at that, went on a rampage during the victory feast. Fair tore down the fragrant chamber, 'tis said. Rumor has it he's an imperial spy sent to do for the Sultanate. It is so weird without music right now. What is going on? There it is. Oh, now it's gone. I shall begin at the very beginning. In the distant past, Hingashi underwent a period of strife. during which numerous opposing factions vied for supremacy. The Age of Blood. In this age, full many took the battle with katana in hand. And in the crucible of war, our art was forged, the way of the samurai. Eventually, the realm was unified under one banner, and peace reigned once more. The people set aside their katana, save for we samurai, who continue to wield it as symbol of authority. And with that authority comes a grave responsibility: protecting the peace. To ensure that the Age of Blood is never repeated, we samurai seek out the wicked and bring them to account. In so doing, we ward off chaos and preserve order in the realm. Such is our calling. Ingashi, or Heir's Ear, it matters not where we are. This calling guides us always. To that end, we shall journey the land, you and I, on a quest to right wrongs. As one who has grasped the foundations of our art, it is your surest path to mastery. Our efforts begin in this very city. I shall cast about for evil that has taken root here, and then we may proceed to excise it. You don't have to look very far, then the monetarists. Well now, that certainly got exciting quick, but with some even quicker thinking, I managed to set up a wager and turn a tidy profit. Momozigo, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Thanks to you, I have found my pupil at long last. I pray that you will live comfortably with your winnings. Actually, I had a mind to join you. Wherever you go, I sense that coin will follow. And besides, it seems you're planning to root out evil in our fair city. If so, you do well to have me along. With my connections, I can procure the information you're like to need. Then there's the small matter of your complete and utter lack of knowledge of Eorzea. There's that indeed. Had fate not seen fit to unite us, I never would have found my way here from Fester Bay. And I wouldn't be standing here breathing if anyone owes anything, it's me. You have saved me from those cutthroat bandits when I tried recruiting them for the Colosseum. Terribly reckless in hindsight. As for you, my friend, to be marked out by old Musashi himself, you must be made of uncommon stuff indeed. Not to put the pressure on, but I have the highest hopes for you. And here we are, then. I shall undertake my search for Momozigo's help. With Momozigo's help. Until such time as there are developments, pray continue honing your newfound skills. Call it a showmaster's instincts, but from the moment I met Musashi, I knew he was no ordinary old man. I knew he was going to bring in money and lots of it. Troll be praised, you're still alive and well. When I started hearing rumors about what happened at the feast, I didn't know what to think. I tried getting answers about the brass blades but the brass blades have made their rounds. Folk around here are carrying on as though naught's changed. But deep down they know it's a lie. It's only a matter of time before the questions come, and Lord Lodorito better have some good answers by then.
Oh, are you an adventurer? Please, you have to rescue my sister. Some horrible people tried to kidnap us just outside the city gates. I managed to break free when a traveler stopped to help, but my sister never caught up to me.
I will save her.
You will? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Please hurry through the gate here and just keep going straight ahead. You're sure to find them. The traveler was some sort of mage. I think, but it was 1 against 5. Surely he couldn't stand against so many. Don't touch... Oh, you're not one of them.
And who might you be?
My little sister is safe? Oh, thank goodness.
You came to lend your aid. My apologies. Had I but known, I would have spared you a villain or two. After all, he seemed to share my distaste for those who would prey upon defenseless children. Aye, birds of a feather we are. Birds of a feather, are we? I am Zurun Tia, a pilgrim of sorts. Might I know your name, friend? Byrnjolf. Now, why does that strike such a familiar chord?
Excuse me, I just wanted to thank you for saving me.
My pleasure, child. You were unharmed, yes? Good. Let us escort this brave lass to her sister, then. Lead the way. The sisters are reunited. You have done a good deed this day, friend.
Thank you again for coming to my rescue. You found her, adventurer. Thank you. We are very grateful for your kindness. I was so scared. What did those terrible people want with us? You needn't worry about them anymore, sister. The man in red defeated them all. You saw how he fought, with spells and steel. He's one of those heroes Papa told us about. A crimson duelist, aren't you?
Ha! I did not expect to hear that name this far south into Eorzea.
Then you are a crimson duelist, I knew it.
If your papa is telling his daughter's tales of red mages, then he must be from Alamigo, yes? Well, that would explain his choice of bedtime stories. Now, shall we see you lasses home?
We'll be all right from here. Thank you again.
And away they skip, safe and happy. Now, Byrnjolf, was it not? I believe we've earned ourselves a celebratory drink. You need not feel compelled, my friend. Should the mood strike you, however, you'll find me staying over at Blackbrush Station. I find the ale served at the Coffer and Coffin most agreeable. Well, at least the music is back. That was so weird how it glitched out earlier. Ah, you came! As it so happens, the mother of those girls tracked me down and insisted I accept a reward. Once I mentioned you might be stopping by, she left a token of gratitude for you as well. It seems we've assisted an affluent merchant family, a revelation which might explain the attempted kidnapping. After your ransom and all that, I'm told the girls were immediately assigned a capable bodyguard. However, so we can drink in peace knowing they are well protected. Oh, I've remembered whence I know your name. It was Alize who first mentioned you to me. After the 10th or so time some incident had her loudly wishing to have Byrnjolf's courage, or Byrnjolf's strength, I became rather curious to meet you myself. How do I know the indomitable Alize? Our paths crossed quite by chance. A fellow traveler met upon the road. She expressed an interest in red magery, and persuaded me to instruct her in the basics of the art. She proved a quick study in the arcane side of things, but fencing was something of a challenge. By the end of our lessons, however, she had learned to combine spellcraft with swordplay. When to cast from afar, and when to lunge forward with a well-timed thrust. And what of you, my friend? Have you any interest in the art? I suspect you would make an exceptional red mage. I am deadly serious. A man who would rush to the aid of a stranger's child without fear or hesitation is a man I would trust with the power of red magic. But even beyond that, I sense in you a kindred spirit. Be warned, however, that my style of teaching is a practical one. I will expect you to join me on my journey and assist me in aiding others. Accept those terms, and I will bestow upon you the accoutrements of a red mage. Are you familiar with soul crystals? This particular stone is attuned to past wielders of red magics, and will fill your mind with a firm foundation of technique. You need only reach forth your hand. Are you prepared to walk the path of a red mage? One word and the soul crystal is yours. Yes. You will not regret this decision, my friend. Gods above, for a moment there I thought you meant to refuse me. A host of red mages committed their memories to this gem, and now it is yours. Absorb the knowledge it contains. Then we will discuss the finer points of red magic. But first I should give you that reward. Did I never pick it up? I guess I forgot to buy it. Oh, that's fine. I can always go back to the store and grab it. I mean, I do have the money for it. Ooh, those are some nice looking boots. Okay, so I have some melee moves and magic moves. We'll have to figure out how those work out. Ah, I see from the glint in your eye that the soul crystal has surrendered its secrets. Welcome to the ranks of the Red Mages. The art we practice is born of noble origin. Its balanced and controlled energies were once used to stem the tide of destruction and reclaim the future for the dispossessed. I speak of the age some 1500 years past, when the clash of two sorcerous civilizations brought about the sixth umbral calamity. Ere the great floods rose, people fled from their homes and into the mountains of Girobania. Even mages of Mok and Amtapor were to be found amongst the refugees. These wizardly practitioners became targets of retribution for the part they played in upsetting the natural balance, and soon did they shed their robes of black in vestments of white. If people were to survive and rebuild following the disaster, however, they would need the power of the arcane. Thus were the principles of black and white magery reinvented, and upon their combined foundation, an entirely new discipline was built: red magic. But I have prattled on about the history of it for long enough. Far better that you experience red magic firsthand. There remains the mystery of who sent kidnappers after those poor girls, and I have a feeling attempts to unearth the culprit will provide the battle practice you require. Before we plunge into the fray, however, there are questions I would ask. Come with me to Eastern Thanalan, to the Church of Saint Adama Landama. So you are under the tutelage of Zurun Tia. I think you will find the path of a red mage to be a challenging yet satisfying one. Byrnjolf, there you are. I would introduce you to Father Iliad, but I believe the two of you are already acquainted. Zurun has told me a tale of nefarious spellcasters and their attempt to kidnap two young girls, and you wish to ask if this thaumaturgical cabal is known to me, yes? There were several such cults which come to mind, but I must have more detail. You say each member shared some rather unusual traits. Aye, not one word spoken over the entire exchange. Not one shift in expression when I urged them to yield. Each of them also appeared branded with some manner of tattoo, a sigil pulsing with arcane energy. An evil practice. Such cursed sigils are known to destroy the will of the bearer, resulting in a biddable puppet, which acts in much the manner you have described. There is no salvation for such wretched creatures. Then we must seek the fiends who pull the strings. Pray, learn what you can of this cabal and its purpose, Father. Byrnjolf, we have another task to attend to. Might I suggest some light stretching before you step outside? You'll soon understand why. Did you notice we were being followed, Byrnjolf? The very cabal we are investigating seems to have taken an interest in us. I sense an ambush in the offing. Do they seek to silence us, perhaps? Well, let them try. This will be the perfect opportunity for you to test your newly acquired skills. But first, a brief lesson. Red Mage's spells belong to two distinct schools, rooted as they are in the ancient disciplines of black and white magic. Intertwined, they form the solid core of red magic, and through the balanced casting of both disciplines, can a red mage build this foundation higher and higher. When your strength has reached its peak, that is when you lunge forward and unleash the energies thrumming within your blade. And then you leap away, returning to the first step. It is a dance, my friend. After this, I'm going to bed. Come out, whoever you are. We have no intention of running or hiding from you. I wear a sword, as you can see, but I am not partial to violence. Is there no chance we might attempt a parley in lieu of bloodletting? How unsettling. Well, Byrnjolf, it seems you will have your battle. Remember what I have taught you well. Remember what I have taught you. These puppets must have a leader lurking nearby. Let us take the battle to our ambushers, shall we? But before we resume the hunt, let us be sure of your technique. As a red mage, you are capable of casting 2 spells in rapid succession, using what is known as the dual cast effect. Intone a short spell, and you will find that a lengthy incantation can now be cast in an instant. Take advantage of this technique to bombard your foes with arcane destruction. Well done, Byrnjolf. You have exceeded my expectations. Which is a fortunate thing, for I did not anticipate the arrival of that fearsome hound. These mages were willing to forfeit their own lives to ensure that we lost ours. You see? The brand on her left cheek. This is the cursed sigil which stole her will and left her vulnerable to the most heinous of commands. Our ambushers were young men and women, everyone all transformed into mindless pawns of some hidden master. And this master has shown no compunction against sacrificing pieces that outlive their usefulness. No, this cannot stand. Heed me, Byrnjolf. You have begun your education in red magic, but there is much more I would teach you. Come, let us return to the Liquord. Know you the history of these graves? The church's Liquord is the final resting place for many victims of the Seventh Umbral Calamity. Red magic was conceived to stem such tides of destruction in an age when the abuse of sorcery flooded the world with death. Its distinction from earlier disciplines is key. Whilst practitioners of black and white magic draw upon ambient ether, the red mage's weaves his spells using only the reserves of mana with which he was born. In the era in which red magic was created, to do otherwise was forbidden. To manifest more powerful effects, the first red mages adopted a method by which precise sword techniques would harness and amplify the energy of their spoken incantations. The mage's own physical form serving as an arcane accelerator, an ingenious way of preserving their self-imposed limitations. Understand that the blade we wield is not simply a weapon. It is the focus of all our efforts to lessen strife and suffering. Every generation of red mage is part of an unending battle. We are soldiers who fight for those enduring violence and subjugation, to bulwark against the unkind vagaries of fate. 20 years ago, I joined the revolutionaries in Alamigo and learned red magic alongside like-minded companions. We formed the Crimson Duelists, and together we rose up against the tyranny of the Mad King Theodoric. We were crushed. Of all the duelists, only I survived to watch our homeland languish under the rule of imperial invaders. Even after leaving Alamigo, I never ceased fighting for its liberation, and when I learned of the calamity and the threat to all the lands of Eorzea, I allied myself with the valiant scholars of Charlayan. In the end, I was unable to protect my homeland or halt the approach of fiery disaster. But never once in all these years have I betrayed the oath the duelists swore to champion. But never once in all these years have I betrayed the oath of the duelists swore to champion the weak with heart and steel. Such is the nature of the magic you will learn from this idealistic fool. If you would master this art, however, then my road shall become your road for the duration of your studies. I will remain here at the church for the time being, and be a pest to the good Father Iliad, until we uncover the origins of this cult. Your only chore shall be to reflect upon the lessons of the day and prepare for our next encounter. that's it. I need to go to bed. Thank you all for watching. See you all next time.